Hi, chat. I'm sorry for accidentally fucking up. But I have to finish this trial. Last time we finished one more trial of this episode, and we did another investigation, which means currently we are on, I believe, day 4 with the third investigation, possibly the trial. I'm not sure if this is going to be the final trial. If I am warned in any way, this trial takes really long. So if we were to finish it with this one investigation, we might break some rules. If there being a 4th trial, possibly. But we shall see. So far the trials have been separated within first part of the trial, second part of the trial, which also makes this episode much longer. With that being said, I am kind of curious where it will go to, and before I fully start immediately, I will open up a guide just to be sure. Let's see. This isn't the page I had before. I believe I had this page before. I'm doing this right now rather than later. But if I don't, I might get confused later without help. It's getting quite dark already. The weather has been fucking up. No. Am I gonna turn on? I'm gonna turn on a big light. If I can hit the big light, that is. Hold on. I am very prepared for this weather, as you can see. Doesn't help much, but it helps a little. So we're just gonna deal with that. There we go. Now we have a nice light. I got my guide ready in case I do need it, so we don't be running around for nothing. And we got the game ready. I'm excited, and I am ready to finally finish episode 5 today. Maybe if we have some time left over, depends how long this takes me, we can start possibly the second game within this trilogy. But we shall see, we shall see. Let's continue episode 5, Rise from the Ashes, and then day 3, Investigation. Let's go. I do hope this is the final part of the investigation though. February 24th, 3:12 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to do, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. Never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for The Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Maybe you lived under a rock, and honestly I cannot blame you because I also live under a rock, so now. But as an attorney, that should have known, probably. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. What did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night of the prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Darker tried to kill me. What? Tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joan Dark trial. Didn't see that one coming. Okay, let's talk about it. There's a mine incident. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year too. It was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together when she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seems like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. Permanent picture? I wonder... Okay. I'm curious about the permanent picture. I will ask about this one first, sorry. What did you see in the instant that the crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. Oh no. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you've been through so much. The thing is, Neil Marshall was stabbed. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. She was just a kid. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way Lana would never have to forward Jenny. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. After the incident. Alright. Hello, it is your partner. I'm on my way to my job interview, but I wanted to say have fun with this. Thank you, love. And good luck with your job interview. Let me know how it went afterwards. Love you too. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why Lana, what she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? Prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. So, Nuke, and good luck with the interview. Hi, James. Welcome in. I exist. That's the best I can say. And is it like middle in the night for you currently? Like, what are you still doing awake? You shouldn't be awake currently. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes. But I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. Well, yeah, I'm just packing. Oh dear. He couldn't have known he was being a false evidence. Wait, if you're packing, does that mean you're finally moving closer towards your mom? Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it is true. Even though you may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. Something puzzling. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Oh yeah, my landlord surprised me with a phone call and an eviction notice. What? I thought it was like, oh happy you can finally start living close to your mom. No, it's just life fucking you over as well. Oh my... I'm so sorry for you, James. I hope the stream can give you some comfort instead. My elbow itches. Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. I got surprised but fucked by life, basically. Yeah. Joe Darker had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. I tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? Oh, silly. Didn't I tell you? Years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. So doing side quests, you're going on the main quest now. Yeah, It was like, yeah, you wanted to move closer to your mom all this time. No? No, well, now you're forced to. It's time you start the main quest. After the dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective? I better have another talk with her. Okay, so basically they're telling us to go talk with Lana now. From what I get. February 21st, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. Lana. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Today's trial. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? Only thing that sucks is I got no savings and was given a little less time than 2 months. I guess I'm both lucky and unlucky. Yeah, I am joking about it, but it is no joking matter. I do understand that much. I do hope you find a place quickly you can start living at. I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'll always stick to the truth. Couldn't be helped, Emma. At a trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Mrs. Starr, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. What would you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. Hello there. Hi, Nathan. Welcome in. How you doing? What you playing? I'm playing Ace Attorney. Spoilers, I had written a trial 5. If you also feel like, oh, I want to watch all of the VODs, I'm slowly uploading them to YouTube as well, so that once they disappear from Twitch, you can all still watch them on YouTube. I should be able to end. Hey, Nathan. I have belief in you, James. You can do it. Yo! Detective Lana Sky. It is true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of the police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Them and Gaunt, he was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the report could even be filed. And Maria idolizes her big sister. She does. Thank you. I sluggishly believe in myself too, if that makes sense, lol. You have to believe in yourself. What even is this game about? Kinda want to get it because I see there's a storyline, and I love storyline games. You play as a defense lawyer. It's currently on sale as well. You can get the Phoenix Trilogy and Apollo Trilogy, I believe, for €25, which is a steal. I got the other two games in this sale due to that. But you play as a defense attorney, and yeah, your goal in this game is to defend your cases, basically, and prove in court that they're innocent. And it starts out very mild with the first episode. The first case, it's like getting you used to, I'm a not defense shit then. You really have to think about it. If you feel like it's a little bit much, I would recommend you either watch this stream or watch my first stream. My first stream is both uploaded to YouTube and on Twitch. Depends which one you want to watch. So basically, you are a lawyer. Yes, you are a lawyer. You have to do investigations, talk with people, find clues. Also, you can prove to them in court why your case is guilty. And it usually also leads to my character avoid the true murderer as well. And shit gets crazy sometimes. I mean, technically, 80 or 90% of games have storylines. No, I mean games like this. Visual novel, you mean? Because this is a real visual novel. But if you don't know if you would actually make it through the game, I would recommend watching my first stream where I am going over like the first trial and the beginning of the second trial, or like second episode. Do keep in mind that it can get difficult very much quickly. Interesting. I'm just watching this stream. Okay, fair enough. Keep in mind this is pretty far into the game, so heavy spoilers ahead. And oh yeah, visual novels are read. I know. Yesterday I scoured Steam some more for possible visual novels that I could be interested in. Don't care. Still gonna watch the stream. Okay. Then you don't. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right? Gen's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Lana is pretty. She is pretty. Currently, you don't see my favorite characters though, because I really love Maya and I love Edgeworth. And the main character, Phoenix, I love him as well, so... once we're in trial, we can meet Edgeworth. He's so worth it. You will hate him in the beginning though, but he's my baby. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. Dark investigation. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Lead was Damon Gant. Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. Well, it was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. Off topic, is it bad that I'm about to yap to someone about My Little Pony lore? I don't think it is. I mean, the My Little Pony lore is quite interesting, to be fair. Especially once you start looking into it. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief. From there, he ran straight to the offices shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So, you were the first person to run into the scene, Lana. It appears so. I was finding some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. Because someone is about to watch and is confused, and I was like, you want to know the lore, but also don't want to yap for too long, because I think the other person will be annoyed by it, so I don't know anymore. 3 bodies? Yeah, remember, we're a defense attorney, but our first cases and the cases after all have been murder that we took on. So beautiful. Lana, this is some interesting story you're telling. Oh, this case is pretty wild. Because it started off with a murder that happened at the exact same time in the exact same location. Of the same person. So yeah, like 2 different murder scenes, 2 murders of 1 person. That's how this case started. It is now connected to a mass murder case as well that happened 2 years ago. To give you some background information, so we're currently, yeah, I'm gonna get the game. It has more wild trials like this. My favorite so far has been episode 4. I absolutely lost my mind over it. I'm still not recovered from the from the trauma that I witnessed, but you know. Yeah. So yeah, I will watch your other streams later. In case they do disappear from Twitch, you can go onto my Discord to the link to the videos that are on YouTube so far. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. Picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her. After all, his sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. How the fuck did I forget you have a Discord? I have no idea how you forgot I have a Discord. You are the one who does chat in it sometimes, still. I've been chatting in there a bit more nowadays, giving updates on what I plan to do. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall? Yes, his action came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was insulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in a police office that Damon Gaunt and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office. The site of the final SL9 murder. Are we about to piss off Gant? That is. I noticed that sometimes, but then again, all my discords are zombies. True. February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kinda quiet around here today. You're right. The chief of detectives seems the same though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. Okay. So we're not... Okay. February 24th, Police Department entrance. Yeah, that's Officer Marshall. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. But Sarah, you never know where life will lead you, Bambina? I'm so sorry in case I butchered that language. I don't know which language it is, but I probably butchered it. I'm so sorry. Should have known my luck had run out when I old Billy'd right up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prosecutors hat west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was this one. It was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. Was it just me either? Or the detectives thought so? What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? I mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip. That was Joe Dark's, alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance the knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been raised. But the facts have been concealed with forged evidence. The case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. Prosecutor Marshall. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I just made Detective when it went down. Was our first case together. How old was he? Your brother? Was 27 at the time. Was awarded the highest honor of that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors? I knew it. What are you all looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. He might have, yeah. The day the SL9 incident took place. That wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence Fitzgerald. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. Can't believe 2 years have gone by already. Tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. Of course. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved was in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Except for Gant. Could it have been Gant? Have I been wrong that it was Neil? But then they did put an innocent person behind bars. I need to know more. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. Now, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. Were they? What are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Investigations lead Damon Gant and his second-in-command, Lana Sky. Wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the police after the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. That all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone was Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I would even be a patrolman after today. Too bad it won't be around to work with you. And you'll become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. So it was Gant that messed with everything. There's something here. February 24th, prosecutor's office underground parking lot. One's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. It must be where the detectives are. But we provided in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. Lemao, back. Welcome back, Nathan. But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Hold on. Can we look around? Still. Couldn't find the stream from last time. I can send you over everything you need. I am gonna upload the second stream on Saturday again. So then 2 streams are officially on there. Yes, please do that after this stream, though. Yes, I will send you all the links to all the previous stream. I just checked the first stream by now is almost a week, almost 2 weeks old by now, so that one is gonna disappear soon. But that one is already on YouTube. So, yeah, I am gonna look around for a bit. There's nothing new here. Maybe we can talk to Edgeworth a bit more, see how he thinks about everything. February 24th, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by Inquiry Committee. He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. Okay, so there isn't anything we can do here either. Maybe... This place is over... Oh, they're only in conference room. Oh, we're continuing. Yippee! Thanks. Wow, you actually talked to us. The chief prosecutor saying that what she did and the decision about what to do. Back to the ace grind, I see. Lamau. Not complaining. You'll enjoy these streams, so shut up. Once this one is finished, we finished the first game in the Phoenix trilogy. So we can move on to the second game within the trilogy. Oh dear, this was definitely my money's worth. I'm glad I got these games. But Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial. Yay, Mitzi's here. Everyone's here. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. So, I'd like to have a look around at Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in here? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Yeah, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. We're just gonna do it when it's not even allowed. But we need to investigate, since this is where the SL9 incident took place. February 24th, Police Department Chief's Office. Whoa, where am I? That's my question as well. I'm in the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Yeah, I wonder what a pipe organ is doing here in a police building. This looks like a church, not a police office. Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought it was a genius. Never could remember where the sea was. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. Put the paper he was reading in his desk. So, Wright, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement. Oh, you mean the forged evidence? 2 years ago. 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. I don't think. See that big picture on the wall over there? That picture of Lana, Neil, and me. This is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. where's that knife missing? Gotta work because, editing Jill. Good luck, Mitzi. Thank you for the alert. I'll make sure Nook doesn't commit war crimes. Well, thank you, I guess. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. Can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Again, team picture added to the court record. The thing is... Anyway, I like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. You mean the Geneva suggestions? Yeah. Thing is, see how this trophy here doesn't have the knife, but also that's a pretty long knife as well. But I recognize that face in the background. Let's see. Here. What it... Gant, you're getting suspicious. You're getting very suspicious, actually. Are you literally... We're going to look up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office... It was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. Or those. All the same, we'd still like to look to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. Because if we were to look around, we would find evidence against him that he was the murderer. My first thought was that Neil was the murderer, since we hadn't seen like his body just yet, and that he could have disappeared, and that Lana and Gant cover it up, in which he would take revenge. But what if Neil is actually like that? So now I believe it is Gant. Because Gant is like being very suspicious. Because what if Gant was actually the mass murderer, noticed they were getting too close on his heels, but then pinned it on someone else that also was like subtly a murderer? Killed that person, the innocent person off. Well, for that case, innocent, so he could walk away scot-free. Would also be the reason how Neil could have been killed by Gant. Since... Ooh, Gant, I don't like you. Gant? Nuh-uh. Seems that the case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. Agreed. You mean like a clue? There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Let's see. No. No, we don't need to go there. Okay. Maybe here? No. Okay. These are dead ends because you don't even have more. Huh. Can we talk to Lana? Especially when... Okay. Okay. Nothing. So we do have to go back inside. February 24th, police station, criminal affairs department. Hey pal. We get Detective Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? Just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe is still out of the loop. Stay. Have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. What do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. It sounds serious. Is it because of what Miss Sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. To him. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this... Are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he is young. There is no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work. Yes sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime, my treat. Yes sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, Miss Dick. Yes sir. Seems like you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Alright, well. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier, while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? Only the evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall? Was trying to protect some girl. Me. Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forgot. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. But we should show him the murder weapon. Might check his memory. I can do that, we can do that. Hold on. There's so much evidence this time around. It's insane. About this. Hey, is that... It has tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case has been closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. I was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you shot me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. murder weapon. Let's see. This knife was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. Traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to make a good look. Don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Or was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it, inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? But then to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Here's the autopsy report added to the court record. Stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung. Knife tip was in the wound. Broken tip was found in the victim's body, belonged to the murderer Joe Dark. Okay. Let's go for Dark's crimes. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take to the serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So, it was an accident. An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then Joker was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. He turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. The crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What's it? What is it? If it is money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the Chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where the prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The Chief's out now, and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around, if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'll be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. No one will work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. I'll present this picture. Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut. Keep that in mind. Sheesh. Okay. So there is currently nothing we can present to him. Let's go to the in-ground parking lot. Let's move to the prosecutor's office. February 24th, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Wonder if Letchworth is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. Well, what are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? He's such a Cinderella. I love him. Edgeworth! Thought to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Drop, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. I was trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. Years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do to erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. Police department's error is my error and my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep his kind of emotion bottled up. That's fair, he's really passionate about his work. Tomorrow's trial. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? Both last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Mr. Edgeworth, you can just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It is too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case could come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists weren't twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. That's odd. As if evidence has been destroyed by a certain someone. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture, something seemed strange about it. That's fine. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, and I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Does receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony? I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. Didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh, yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story you heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. I'm going to present this picture. There's something off about that, because there's a knife in the King Prosecutor Award. The picture was hanging on the wall of Chief Gant's office.
Prosecutors Neil Marshall. Yeah, just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? What the official Prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. No Prosecutor's trophy. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why did you tell it, though? For my mistake. Very well. Phoenix doesn't know either. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield of armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. These claims contradict each other. True. Very perceptive, but then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. Ancient tale that ends with the merchant at the loss for words. But it's our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. He used a knife for murder. Can't really present Edgeworth with anything. Okay. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Hey, crazy Edgeworth is sitting right here. Just distract him, I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on, first let me see what that girl's crawling around my feet. It didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says a letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Put it in our pocket. Okay. You're a good little boy, Edgeworth. Life hasn't been kind on you, that's why you look like a grandpa since... When I check class like a kid when you were a kid. You've been great all your life. Did you know that? I do love you, Edgeworth, though. I do love you. February 24th, prosecutor's office in the grand parking lot. Excuse me. Would either of you care for a £1/4 of roach beef? Miss Starr! I guess she's out for lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. What? No thanks. No thanks. Still, I never thought you would go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be all attributed to mere coincidence. I agree. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? Instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Mr. Starr hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Can we talk to her? Dark investigation. Jadog. That's a name I will not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jack Marshall, though. Must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were so close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course they were led by that legendary duo. And of course they needed the best of the best because the chief prosecutor was the murderer. I'm onto shit. I don't know how Gant fits into this, but he's the murderer. I'm sure of it. Lana and Chief Gant. After the case closed. Legendary. I will ask about the legendary duo, I'm curious. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him, even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall? When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jack would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why. I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? The legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, the dog got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our teams never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skies transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? She is currently being used still. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gan's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. Prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. It was glad. And since he knew Lana forged the evidence, he...
Oh boy.
But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It is only logical to conclude. It must have been a reason for a change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Daw. Listen to me, Ricky. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Oh god. This is getting wild. February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Oh, you're back. Still here? I gotta make up 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. Gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. Not letting you in the chief's office, period. As it would be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene of the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Well, yes. There is. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Rochworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far. Mr. Rochworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know different now. I trusted the detective to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective? That's it. I've made up my mind. But... here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Come shoes ID ticket swiftly into pocket. I don't want... Listen. Gumshoe annoyed me at first, but I've grown attached to this man, and I don't want to lose him in my future games if he's... I want to keep seeing him. Let's go to the chief's office. February 24th, Police Department, Chief's Office. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Click. Beep. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. What just happened? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. Yeah, it's a again. Can't be serious. Didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah! Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong, so I came too. If you're here, then what's the point of giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID he crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card! Hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'll have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. Got a bad feeling about this. Let's ask about it. Desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy on preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. But ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk. No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't be possibly any clue remaining. There are clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think? Nah, you wouldn't be. No. There's no way, never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now then, let's take a look around and a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to stop bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Let's take him around officially. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay. If you say so. It looks like the code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. Hold on. When did the crime... I'm not touching it yet. Because... Hold on. You know his number. You know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to track my birthday. It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 777777. The final ID card number on that record. What? The ID number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 777777? That ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a shirt from a broken cup. Somewhat familiar. I haven't seen this before. There's something else in there too. This looks like a piece of valuable. Sandprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it's just a thought. Is that it? This is all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shot from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Well, I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's got to be something we can show the detective. First of all, we can present the vase. It's definitely the vase. That's one. But there's so much evidence. Detective Gumshoe, good to have another look at this jar. Remember when the three of us put that together? Ah, that's what it is. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right, one of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found. You mean this one? That was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Here, let me see that chart. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what the rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. You can piece this together again. Proof Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. You have to rotate it first. Then we assemble it. There, it fits like a charm. That of course means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood. Don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Table jar updated in a court record. Right, what do you have a handprint? Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier. What's you up to, Chief Gant? Put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name. Huh? That's a 9 incident. Wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what. No, about the evidence list. Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence. List of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What the other half of this of the list be doing here? Anyway, the chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. Evidence list added to the court record. What would this list be doing here? Okay. This is what we saw in the background from the picture. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons. Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayers' dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it, I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh. Careful what you say. Who knows, the chief may be hiding in his armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Get it out, you guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Okay. The chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing from the Criminal Affairs Department. It's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls them to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment. Literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected? Never listens to anyone anyway. That's beside the point. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, Detective Grimshaw has a lot of dreams. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. Yes, we just did. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey, This is when Lana and I went to the theme park. Check. This is Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana always been a meticulously cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Kent must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dog ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. They then went along with Chief Gant to question Doc. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? Do I miss anything perchance? No, here. There's a gumshoe. I'd like you to have a look at this. I know what this is, so you want to take some fingerprints. That's a great idea, detective. Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. Oh, it's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about the cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Jeez. Where's your sense of humor? Okay, Mr. Wright. Let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they have been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. Just... I am doing this with my mouse currently because that's easier. And I just spray it full and hope for the best. You don't know where the fingerprints is until you just do this. Okay, we need some... I think I'd like to try one of the other fingerprints. Okay, let's move on to a different finger. We can try this one. Let's just... I have 2 reference points for the fingerprints. Just throw it on. Give it my best shot. This kind of result won't be any good. Nope. Okay, let's try a thing with them. Okay. Made it this part. Let's just try that finger. Let's see what we can do. That's also unclear. Here's my best shot. Okay. Let's try the thumb this time then. That's also not clear. Give him a best shot. Doesn't look okay. Then let's see if we can find this one. In a ring finger, hopefully there comes something out from there. Not clear. Give it my best shot. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Well, I started with this finger, you know? Which was definitely the clearest result we got. See? No. That one? Why is it your fingerprint? Why is he keeping a fingerprint of Emma? No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be darkest prints. Psst. Hey you, over here. What's going on here? What are those kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Well, was I of any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. That's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Gant. We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in science. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. You mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Are you in the coat? Me, sir? Drop your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But sir... Now, get out! Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too, then. Wait, you. The one with spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But sir, I'm not a licensed... You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright! Look, pal, if I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but I knew if I'd be like this, I'd never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was holding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. Why was she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try smooth things over with Chief Gant. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. She'll be busy for the rest of the day. Your 21st detention's visitor's room. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. Said I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. He did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. Seems Ashworth was right. Ashworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. That's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit I was more than a little perplexed at that first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so, because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What's this person's name? Scanned. Well, it's Sky. Mr. Wright, you are addressing the Chief Prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Would you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he's respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offences. Why is it though that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. When proof Chief wrongdoings, here it is. That evidence proves someone is doing something wrong, alright? But it's not the Chief. Who would it be? Why, you, of course. Me? Yes, you seriously believe that what you're saying, don't you? Now that's scary. I seem to have the makings of a criminal in you. But with all your falsehood. Okay, that's the wrong one. Okay, let's see. Prevent this. Just find this in a safe in the Chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. Aye. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you are not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. Murder weapon? I mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. Knife from the SL9 incident, serial killer Joe Dark's knife. Just couldn't leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife? That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. That's the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. A star, Okay. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evident in the Joe Dark case. What got out, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. And Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. And I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife which was inside my muffler. I asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma was so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? Truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only person who I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean? Wanting to case the die, he decided to take things into his own hands. Disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. Got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down at the chief's office 2 years ago. Yes, let's save our progress up to this point. Which means we're officially gonna enter the trial. It's gonna get white from here on out. February 25. 9:47 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. This is Defendant's Lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? Where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth, knowing you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 77777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does not belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this.
Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid, today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. February 25th, 10 AM, District Court, court for number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. Before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, OG, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman. And the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana.
Objection!
You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services, but Lana, Your Honor, I'm here for fighting my rights to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there is no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Objection!
Achua! Thank you, my baby. Thank you. Thank you. I love you. I love you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Atchworth, the prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I hated when he did that, but now I love it. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What?
creating another reputation to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. Exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy. You'll live to regret this, mark my words. I'm on to you, Gant. You will be put to jail. This SL9 case will be put to rest, okay? Now be a good little boy and confess. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. I guess so. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. Damn, okay, Edgeworth has sway in the court. Sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's about to lead to the truth behind this trial. Thank you, Edgeworth, for helping us. 2 years ago, I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out, I don't remember much. That's understandable, however. Please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well, the defense may begin his cross-examination. Thing is, if you have locked in a bit earlier on all the evidence you've gotten, you know that the final testimony is not true. Because this man was stabbed. I believe I read somewhere he was stabbed in the back.
What's up with the knife?
Yeah, here, stabbed in the back. I'm sorry, Emma. This evidence clearly reveals the contradiction in that statement, Jonna. How exactly are the evidence in the statement just now revealed relate? But it is. Huh? But it is related to each other. Can't say more about that. Mr. Marshall jumped on the dock just then the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of the year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. The electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right. But just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. Tell the detective about what I saw then. Detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So I spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago. Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw. Yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture, yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? This picture the witness drew. I believe it was a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes. That's strange. Took the case of Yep, I never received any picture. Perhaps this is mistaken. But I did draw it. I swear, I'm not just imagining it. This picture reminds me. I guess it should take the evidence. Well, anyway, let's go. Okay. I believe it's this. Okay, I can't read what's on there. But it's definitely Miss Watchworth. This little girl who put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold. This is the evidence list of the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Turn it... Ah, what's this? Yes. What's this dot? Wait. That's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? Would appear, Mr. Watchworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here, they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Watchworth, it's quite obvious that happened 2 years ago. Only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Order, order. But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor. Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more to the drawing on the back of Mr. Ratchworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Ratchworth. It's possible. Let's see. Something wrong. Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There's indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. Not the blue fucking badger. That's that thing. That thing was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of certain chief of detectives. Yes, he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored and updated in the court. Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Emma's picture. Is this the picture I drew 2 years ago? The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. I think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows that Udark was about to murder prosecuting Marshall. Defense may now begin its cross-examination. So at the time you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, you couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright. And I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around. That's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma, I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. So what happened after the lightning flashed? You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lighting only drove off the darkness for a split second, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. You really need to torture this girl any further. What? Yeah, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. Wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary. Anything from the detectives? So I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me, Mr. Wright. Is there something that's worrying about you this picture? Oh well. That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here. Something's bothering me about that. That's strange. I'll present it. To be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out the contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy? Contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip's broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand? Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. Because Gant was the actual murderer of Neil. The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness' memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Miss Ratchworth. There is another explanation. If you've forgotten already, that a little something called falsified evidence. You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again to go over the events that took place on the day of the murder. Police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving prosecutor's award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor's Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It's my belief somewhere in this story there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. That's true, and there is no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. Must have been another broken knife. There are chances of there being two broken knives. Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? There is another one. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that incident, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. It's the real murder weapon. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. There's a picture of the award ceremonies. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award prosecutor Marshall's howling. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order, order, order. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors' award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh. Or could have been Gant. That's why he abolished it. Prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth? What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with the picture scribbled on the back? Anyway, this picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. Must have been locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we add this to the witness testimony. Would you please tell us what you recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Honest recollection. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward the both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning. That's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. It's certainly most unusual. Try impossible. Chief of Detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin this cross-examination. Stop! Please, don't pursue this any further! Lana, what's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. What do you mean, you think? It all happened so fast, I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Skye was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young dear. Then, what happened next? Then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw Blue Badger. Are you sure about this? Of course. See? Even the real picture of him here. But what was that chief of detectives who brought up this hideous beast? And was this year? Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. That's all quite variable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I've been nagging this feeling that I'd seen this before somewhere. I finally remember. Oh, brother, just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Question. A shadow? Do you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. Witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But that important is what caused her to think she saw it. Oh. I suppose you have an explanation. Okay, so if so, by all means, please tell us what the shadow really was. What was it that Emma saw when the lightning flashed? Who is this Blue Badger really? I might know. Of course, Blue Badger hadn't even been dreamed up when Emma drew this picture, yet she's certain she saw this shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the defense belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there was indeed something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that's now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright! In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us the mysterious Blue Badger look-alike. It's that face, wasn't it? Not sure, but I'm gonna try it. Mysterious Blue Badger was in fact this. But that's... Oh, what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jaw. Mr. Rat, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger. Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jaw. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? But to show them the correct angle to look at this from. Makes it more stable as well. Isn't right? I've got to make it look like that. Sure. Allow me to remake it. Okay. Just. Oh, I hate how this moves. Oh god. Oh, this is pissing me off so much.
Take that! Objection!
Just I thought I got it. Where do I need to place the vase? That's about right, I believe. I was close, but I wasn't perfect. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar resembles to the blue batcha. No. Can't be. Order! Order! The defense has proven its claim. Mysterious blue batcher witness on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that batcher thing was actually just a jar. It doesn't change anything. Changes everything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Archworth. You see, it changes everything. Exactly. Indeed. Very well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? Oh boy. The location is different. They're all different. But we'll go for a location for now. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar shown in the picture is taken on the day of the crime. It's on the shelf in the office of Damon Gant. The body was found laying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Doc and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There is no reason. There is a reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, I wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. This is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact of the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to the picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would have he have hit? Suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Yes. Since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility. Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. And that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually prosecutor Neil Marshall. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! I don't believe that's what happened. I don't believe it. I never imagined the testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and that proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on her testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get to the dead people to testify. This all has been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Do you have up your sleeve, Edgeworth? It's a shame, Miss Skye. Of course, it only leaves us with one possibility. I mean, there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? Record. Real murderer's name on the victim is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister's murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek: the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. I can't read it. But he was trying to write something on here. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badge from before, right? Oh, he's going to speak the killer's name. That thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. Look like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here drawn in blood. So what you're saying is that these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. The blood must have seeped into the jar while the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No! It was Gant. It was Gant, I'm sure. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. I have to very specifically. It was Emma? It's the defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. This is the final message such Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Well, people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Seaworthy, can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not? Yes, Worthy, because of you. An innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his convictions.
Objection!
But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Don't you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on? The prosecutor might have... Order, 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 order! He's yelling at this point. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. And this trial is headed, no one knows. Yeah. Oh, okay. I did not see that one coming. I still believe we're missing things. February 25, 12-6, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Sorry, Ashworth. Didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Grimshaw, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. Stop it off, you call me here. I've been happier people at... I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law, Ashworth was talking about this just the other day. It shall be shown without the proof of police departments. Is that right, Mr. Wright? So? Is this another jab at me? Chief Prosecutor also wanted to give you a message. A message? She said if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Evidence law securely slipped into your pocket. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the Chief Prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, Detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat. Despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Mr. Ashworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Credibility's been but ruined with this fudge evidence you were unaware of. And this guy found out you unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. February 25, 12:52. District Court, Courtroom number 9. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. But Mr. Ashworth, yes, Your Honor? The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, cough. This isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Ashworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witness. I didn't say that. Just you see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth a further witness. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Ashworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance? If you call the wrong witness, this trial is good as over. The defense calls. The time's finally come to bring up the real murderer. That also explains how he could control Lana. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. So luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. Oh, my body is cracking up. I'm gonna move this upper blanket away. I'm starting to sweat again, per usual. Okay, now I'm blanketless. Perfect. Alright, bailiff. Please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir? Worthy. Are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant, and I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant. The court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, right, so what's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sisters murdered their prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There's still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You're aware, of course, the police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. I do want to check this one before. Rule number 1, evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. And right to this evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Is that all there is to that? Anyway, let's continue. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. Chief of Police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin its testimony. Tonight incident. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dog was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor, unconscious. The demon sent Neil flying. It seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. The police chief has the right to refuse to testify. That better hit him hard and fast.
You want more about that. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, the Dark made it to the elevator first. Neil and I split up. He went upstairs, I went downstairs, I guess you could say. He got lucky. What's this about power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. That's not funny. Right, of course I found Lana there. Could you tell us what you saw? It's a shocking sight. Neil and the serial killer were laying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma into her arms. Looking back at it now, she might have already known what her sister had done. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means... You found the body near Lana's desk? That's right. I think you said earlier. Was my suit of armor that actually stabbed the prosecutor? Yes. Anyway, as you can see, nothing to do with the forgery. I question that. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. Moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Any witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you stare at anything, it better of staring at the court record. Well, they were always the smooth talker. Which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence. That can't be the whole truth. Somehow... It's usually never the name of the killer. This evidence clearly reveals the contradiction in that scene. How exactly? Ah, fuck. No, Mr. Wright, please. Then why was this cloth found? Okay. Let's do this. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Like this list, for example. Still this Emma Sky drew for her picture on. This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar was sitting in your office. It was found inside your safe. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then? That you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? What would have I anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know? Defense attorneys can do so, too. Isn't that right, huh? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and the relationship to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see. What was it now? A jar of fragments and a list. For all I know, I could have been planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I would participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh, indeed. I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. Apologies, Chief. Would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Oji. In return, though. I know. That place, right? Huh? What are these guys? Telepathic? Pleasant forgery. Appreciate it if you stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? As you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped. Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Wright's prints are found. Yes, if they are found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. Never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. That's true. I mean, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. Concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery. I'm not though speaking yet, right? It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. The thing is, my man, walking on thin, thin ice. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. Are you saying this jar of fragments wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. Chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. I'm not right, so think about it. Wasn't there a sticker on here that said LCM9? There is reason. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm sure I care for the number murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now, do you see? It wouldn't help me out in any way. Really, Chief Gant, at the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would of course be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh, resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? You really think that I'm incompetent? You mean? Well, without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The solution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable of a tad little. Is that true, Letchworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Yeah, be careful with pointing the finger. You might end up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. You didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There is. There. It's out in the open now. Gee, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl Lana's little sister, was it? You think I felt sorry for her? You'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. You toughen crime and toughen people, that's how I see it. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? No. But I can't think of how it would help him. That means... After all... Okay. Wanted that he'd be sure to find a way to benefit from that person. Appears the defense has nothing more to say. Chief, would you please repeat your testimony from the beginning? Okay. So I do need to press him on this. Okay, let's move on. Yes. Sure, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Was this person you believe Chief Grant may have helped forge evidence? Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed to Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that, despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You mean puppet as in someone forced to do his mind? Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Right so, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, to Lana testifying that I have done such a thing. Lana, she's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without proof this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Order. I said order. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in the law enforcement agency to accuse the chief police of blackmail and murder. That's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this. Can we just appreciate the fact that these two gay motherfuckers who are doomed to never be together due to trauma are currently working together to put Gant, chief of the police department, in fucking jail. Oh, I love this game so much. Yes, I love these fuckers so much. That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. Question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it better be good. Why do I have to do all the detective work constantly? Shows this evidence that ties Chief Detective Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Well, Chief? So long as Wright here is tossing up things regardless of their relevance. Mind if I toss something too edgy? This shoe should do nicely. I'll check it right at you. You always wear quite the joker, aren't you? Oops, looks like I got it wrong. But oops me. Maybe this wood to the hat would make some sense. I know it's hard that's gone on during the trial. But try to think about what happened in the evidence 4 days ago. Oh! Oh, I see. Right then, let's see what... What's this? This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list who we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777777. Sorry, there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It is your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in the Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits. You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 77777777. Same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense search of my office was in violation of the regulations, and I will demand Mr. Wright to be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm the chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? The trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime. And we need to determine one thing. What transpired during the meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Maybe someone was on that date, so we had to go to see. But it's waiting. Oh, fuck. Maybe. Hold on. Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. But Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. Would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, he accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There is no other way the murderer and the Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're trying to say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman? Exactly. But wait. Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. Could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done so. Sorry, that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. Yeah, really lent it to the Detective Goodman. Would have been found on his body. Okay. Chief Gant, you didn't. Murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contact Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. The victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? Was at the police department the entire day, you know? Everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you take this, dead body over here to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you lent all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright shows this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case? Mr. Wedgworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Oh! I was asked to go, but Chief got no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I did not plan to return the prosecutor's office, but you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Wedgworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Letchworth's car. Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Miss Letchworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order, order, order. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This is not a photo of the body being stuffed into the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe. Your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Ratto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special. The cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? Police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That's not a right to be casually invoked. That's not a risk to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stopped all Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would presented it by now. Well, You think I made Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. Say it again, Mr. Wright. Damien Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Your Honor? You have concrete proof. Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body. You have any concrete proof? I can't let him just squirm his way out of this. Okay. We have to present the knife, then. Right. Has to be the knife. Not this one. This one. It has to be. Right, I'll lose this trial now. So, alright. That's right. I'm gonna be late for lunch. I guess it wasn't enough. Please, Your Honor, please. That's right. Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof yet. It's no use showing the evidence, I'm not even sure. Yeah, but you can use the knife there. His fingerprint should be on there, right? COG. In that case, this goes as far to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? It's a tip, never gamble what you can't afford to lose, right, huh? It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Oji, I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to seniors. Fuck. Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her? Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't had the honor of hearing her testimony. Lady who knows the truth, another witness. And yet there's enough conclusive evidence. The only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions. Rest in this trial, someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who's this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witness today. Says today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? To tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth Lana Sky. The defendant, Miss Lana Sky. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task, to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth, prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well, the court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in... Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. Talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such an outrageous claim anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got lunch day to meet. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. February 25th, 2:04 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief, he's something else, huh? Pals? Detective Gumshoe? I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. What do you mean? Maya? Come on, are we gonna replace Maya even more? Come on. Still, looks like we're all out of use. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair, he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said. But Chief, that's not a right to be casually invoked. There's certain risks to be considered. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. I mean, he forfeits his right to say anything too. Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I must feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah, I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all, just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Grant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blame yourself now. If you want to blame anything, blame society, pal. Chief Grant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for that final act. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, right? It's time to end this. To be continued. Okay. You can save content. We will save content. Yes. Let's go back. We made it through this so far. I believe we're going to reach the end now of this trial. However, I need to do stream leave duties. I request that I go on a little break so I can use the toilet, replenish on my drink, and get something to snack. And after that, we go back into this trial. That leaves more confusions than truth. Anyway, after that, I will, for now, I will just put on some YouTube. Because some music is nice, I believe. So, after that's done, we can come back and give me like 5 minutes. See you soon.
There we go. Hi guys, I'm back. Annoy all of you. I got my stream with snack. And a new drink. So having that said, it's time to go back into court and make an end to this trial once and for all. I'm not ready. You're not ready with reliving all this. Now then. Will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand? Oh, these grapes are delicious. Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you are aware what is required of you. But Mr. Atchworth, you already know everything. You know all I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. You want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dar convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana! If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she is telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. I will question it. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. She did stab Goodman, but he was already dead when that did happen. Did you do so to help your sister? Your dog was a serial killer. Your sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep.
That's why I couldn't forgive him. Nana? That's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago? So you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? Seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. Reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Emphasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, it was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. It's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. Oh, it's just to protect me. When you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. Can't be. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound, and you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. That's insane. Did she move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? Was where you deduced it was by Chief Gann's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? Reason for that is simple. Let the witness explain in more detail. Reason Miss Sky moved the body. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. That was written before it was shattered.
Objection!
Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. I mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered. If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. Contradiction? In my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. You have a problem with that? Simple oversight, really. You see a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write this message on the jar, it must not have been broken before he died. Oh. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order. Order. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. I agree. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're in the dark as we are, about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. Witness may now continue her testimony. Okay. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. Defense may now begin its cross-examination. Well, aren't we delighted to do so? I do want to... Oh, that one is not good anymore. Didn't you have time? You didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar. No, if I had known... I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. But that helps my case. Lana, you do that for me? It seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. Must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. It wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. Detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. So you illegally rearranged the crime scene? Yes. Don't have any excuse for my action. I'm so sorry, Lana. I don't know. So, well, this time it's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. Some of this incident. But that... Okay. I really care about you still. I teach immediately now, still. Okay. No.
Objection!
Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? You found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gan's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. One night the prosecutor Marshall was murdered. You were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gan got there before you. Couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant at the time. He was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even... Okay, that went fast. The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No! Wait. I'm not the one on trial here. Demon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar. Purposely hit one of the broken pieces. Question. What is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. Why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Sky believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated the Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became the chief's puppet. No, I did this on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. I don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up their most foul lies to defend their claims. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. What? I've never twisted the truth. Wait a minute. What if? Still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana. Maybe right after all. What do you mean, right? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Sky, please testify once more. But if the evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. I can't. It's nothing to be afraid of anymore. cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Alright. Witness may testify once more for the final time. Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. Chief Gant helped me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if all really was fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor sword? You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember. Then I must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. That she gave to you this morning. I know. Check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there. Okay. Can I, like, open it? Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Gasp. Mr. Wright, that piece cut out from his vest, could that be? Cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. What's this? His handprint, isn't it? No cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whatever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? Well, those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with this cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on its... Hold it. Who's holding? Gant? Come now, Uchi. This is the poorest excuse of a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What, now you want me to make the out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. Let me be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of those nose tightening around your own neck. Okay. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. Do you mean? Evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean? You still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Wright, huh? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is that true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, was sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? Gotta think this through carefully. Should I present the piece of evidence? The one who showed... I will show the evidence, I believe. Okay. Clear. Runner, I do not have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie, Chief Gant. You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. Conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? Looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the Chief of Police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal of history in the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Writer. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? He did. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. And then it occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence, and her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? I mean the items in your safe. But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar of fragment? I hit the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and whack the blood of all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept 1 more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Writer. Cover it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. It's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago you said you didn't have any evidence that you could present. Foolish move, Writer. You should have shown it when then, before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, my victory is mine. Okay. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see the conclusive evidence. Evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest? Oh, yes. At last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that it be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean... It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Oh, you're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Wright had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? Know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person who these fingerprints belong to is... Am I correct? Yeah. Okay. Emma? Emma? Sky? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma, but why? Why didn't you tell me? Oh, you're really something, writer. You knew this girl did it all along. And you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true, tragic but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Miss Sky. You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. But I'm afraid it's over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. I purposefully concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. If you're batch, boy. What's the matter, Cat? Are you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh? And what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you're absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? Contradiction? What's this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth could possibly contradict Chief Gant. Your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. You have a blood on there, right? What exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of this vest was cut out? Yes. That shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood, that's only natural. There's no doubt where punctured, blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's not blood on it. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on a sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gann, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his hand on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? But then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out the bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? By the very act of creating insurance, you proved you were the actual murderer. Okay. Beautiful. It is finally all over. Finally is over. Objection! That was close, right, Toe? You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean, refute his allegations? You see that piece of cloth? It's illegal evidence. Order! Order! What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, RG. Earlier, all Wright here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Wright? You do have conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Well, that's true. Defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. That's not fair! Did you actually think you could best me in court? Looks like this last laugh is on you, son. I don't believe so. I'm afraid Mr. Gann's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Letchworth, true. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright. You didn't present it seems at last. Time for me to feel my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? She purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of evidence. I did not. Yeah, I did not. I admit I refused to present it at one point. Haha! So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present the evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean, you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Archie, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present the evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. You used a book. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall, when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No, it's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes. No! It was then that you approved this cloth. As conclusive evidence... Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in its final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and the one person that could be Damon Gant. The killer was you. Okay. Okay. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. A good-for-nothing son. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I will lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know where to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. All of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? You can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by my words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd be bringing up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. Couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would only lead to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. Didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying too much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. Bloody had the prints. Detective Grimshaw's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside. How? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from the Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, I left the jar of fragments and the glove. Yeah. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way, and I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Like evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy. Why do you stand in court? Why do you stand in court? Me? Despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, a G. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damengant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Reggie. Thanks for all the memories, though. And don't worry, you'll be fine. Now, you have Wright here, and Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. Melodious sound of a new beginning. Two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, the assistant never hurt anyone. Second, Damengant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you will no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had to get in to help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in these trials have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. He's laughing finally. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffer every bit as much as I have over these past few years. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it is being for you. Was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you, and yet you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky, yes, Your Honor. You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Well, this trial has gone on for far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty. We did it! That is all. The court is adjourned. February 25th, 5:03 p.m. Victor Court, defendant lobby number 2. Long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Oh, Lana again. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective on top of it. I've been Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago. It was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked God to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was only the way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you weren't only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. I'm hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma. We're reunited as sisters. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive. To make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there, that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Who's he hiding? Oh my god, he looks so angry. I just came to say, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. You were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth, not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. Despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me were the same. One day you will understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them, but in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that's to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to build something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why you can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Demon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Gama, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime, but they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true. Think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. How implicated can they make this game be? How Joey can they make this game be? How? The implications are too big. The implications are too big. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah, what is this? A pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show me what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. What do I need to present now? What? That's the picture I drew. The counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that needs wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can't let what happened to kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, that's so don't. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. Better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. Seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. Scientific investigation? It's the first book I've ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. He's finally laughing. Oh, she's so sweet. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. Yeah, Maya, Edgeworth. My babies. My babies. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at prisons are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. Didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here's the one who will be footing... Huh? Huh? What, you think you could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys, let's go.
Objection!
I arranged for friends of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she will be pleased to study on a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my last day as the prosecutor's office. Still, I managed to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Yikes, I thought that was gone for a moment there in the end, though. I overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief office. If I penalize you anymore, it would be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. Just goes to show, you can't be sure you can't shoot girls that easily. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of... Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner is keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them though. Someday I'm gonna make detective. Yes, sir. Then I can be like that Dick Gumshoe. Oh. You finally stopped dancing. No, you're still going. No. You stopped dancing, finally. You gave up on dancing. Blue black shirt. Finally gave up on dancing. What is it? Can't you see I'm having a showdown with Mistake Lunch Partner? Mrs. Starr managed to sneak this to me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal in the menu. The right way lunch. The top layer tastes a bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to turn a bad theme. It's a hot seller around this exam time. Just make sure to eat it, not to eat it backwards. I never forgot what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he'd been doing something for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another try to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. Damn, that church sounds so much fun. Nothing suits the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon's training's about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. Mr. Atchworth? Mr. Atchworth? About your tea. What's going on? Thanks for coming to see me off. Can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. They're so cute together. It's adorable. That finishes up the first game in the Ace Phoenix, well, the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. That means next time, when I do stream again, just so that I can now officially like reread it. This one by far stays my favorite. This one was just a wild ride. This was confusing, it was a long one. It was fun. But the yeah, it was good. This one was good. If I had to rank them, this one stays my favorite. This one stays on top. That's like episode 4 is like this really made me switch up on the game. This really got this is yeah. Besides that, I still Like, yeah, the investigation and all that kind of stuff was maybe a bit boring if you think about like the other episodes, especially since you quite early on knew what it was and your character didn't, but it's fine. I really did like the emotional load and the storytelling that it was and how it was a setup for this one. That's why that one stays my favorite. After that, I do believe episode 5 comes in. The mystery was fun, the characters were fun. I did kind of miss the emotional attachment to Emma that I really had with Maya. Especially since she also kind of felt like trying to replace Maya, and that just sat wrong with me. Do like her, she did grow on me, and I do like the relationship she had with Lana, but besides that, yeah, it was very long and definitely could have been shorter. At least the third investigation, the final investigation, was quite on the shorter side, so I'm glad that that's over now. But yeah, did really enjoy episode 5, and I believe episode 1 was just a really good introductory episode to the game, to really get to know each and every character, or at least like the more important characters. It made that's a special place in my heart. It was also like quite easy since it's like the first one. Besides that, I believe episode 3 would be my least favorite. Like I like the Steel Samurai, but besides that, this one felt just really confusing, really a bit all over the place, until finally you could finally talk to like the district manager and whatever, and that's when I was like, oh yeah, these guys have done it. Which means up next we will be starting the Justice for All game. And see how much I like this game. They do say that's the game gets better, like definitely the investigation part as well as the games go on. I'm really curious. For now, I am gonna end stream because I have already been streaming for 5 hours to finish up this last episode. Doesn't mean I am gone. It will mean that I am gonna make myself some dinner, some food. And I'm gonna do some other things. I need to process most of Ace Attorney, and I feel like I wanna edit some pictures. So we're gonna do that. My body is also starting to hurt a lot more. I was quite wrong with my prediction with episode 5 till a certain moment where Gant kept getting more and more suspicious. Like, I was already suspicious of him, but not in the way it was. It was like the moment that Neil was like confirmed dead to me that I hopped on the Gant. It's an interesting character. I will give him that. Anyways, thank you all so much for being here. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye!